So, last video was very productive, incredibly productive. It was, okay, I also cleared up my cache on my computer. I realized that the 30 gigabytes I allocated to my Linux thing drive was like 30 gigs, which wasn't enough. So that might be why my computer has been lagging and being slow recently. But now I've increased it to 80 gigabytes. I think I might just said that. So that shouldn't happen anymore. YouTube's not going to load though. Please, YouTube, please. But in other news, today I went to a job interview. Yes, I think I probably mentioned it in a previous video that I had a job interview coming up. I went there, 2 miles walk, is for like this robotics, programming, teaching kids kind of thing. And yeah, I got the job. Literally, I had to finish the interview and the guy was like, yep, I can tell you now you got the job. So that starts in August 1st, not too long. Well, the training might start at August, so there is that caveat, but either way, your boy's employed, technically, so that's good. And now I can live. So, yeah, YouTube's not going to load, but I believe the last video was like 7 hours long. No. When was the Mbappe game? The Mbappe game was yesterday, right? France versus Morocco. I can't remember now. YouTube's not going to load on me, but whatever the case. It was very productive. Right. I looked at F Sharp, not really interesting. But then I looked at Scala, and Scala got me inspired, and here I am. So let us revisit. Where are we? Here. Yeah. So. Yeah. So basically, I found a way to get pattern matching, higher order. And I was thinking about I was thinking about this in bed last night and also this morning, right? When I was lying there and I was like, hold on, is this actually going to work? You know, like, does this actually make sense? Like, does it make sense to have, you know, a customer ID? I mean, even, like, fair enough, right? Is pretty straightforward. But like, does it make sense to have customer ID with Kojo and this number as, like, you know, template arguments? Like, does that make sense? You know, like, why, like, wouldn't it make more sense to say, is this a customer ID of this? And my answer to that is, it depends how you look at it, okay? Here's the core difference. This here is simply a struct constructor, right? You are initializing a struct, and you are checking, okay, does this string, you know, can it be constructed for this type, equivalent to this type, basically, like with this constructor. Like, so, like, let's say there are multiple constructors, right? And there is also such a constructor for customer ID, which is a struct in this case, or class, whatever, such that you can just feed it your whatever, right? And then this is also a valid way to construct a customer ID. Therefore, you can also check it with this. This would be an overload of the constructor. It would check against that, and then it'd be true. Now, the downside to this is that you cannot bind, okay? You cannot bind. Here, I'm binding to customer ID. I cannot do that with a constructor. So with this is not a constructor. This is a type, okay? And the difference is a constructor will wrap the type. So let's say customer ID internally stores a string, right? Or maybe even a string and an ID. Whatever the case, it will wrap those variables. This template is a subtype. It is a templated type that is still a string, right? It is still a string. It doesn't wrap a string. It literally is a string, but it's just a different way of representing it. And the way you represent it is with this, right? And here, so this would be, like, this is literally the string, Kojo dash, and then these numbers, right? Like, they are equivalent, okay? The only difference is that you can represent it in an alternative way. And because you can do that, you can bind to its parameters. And that's what we have going on here. So you can bind to these. So here I'm using the bind to anything and discard the results. So I'm just saying if my thing is Jeff dash anything, then echo this. And then here I'm saying if the name is anything dash an ID that I want to get the ID and define it, right? Bind to it. Then I can do that here. And I think this is perfect. This literally could not be. Like, for me, that just makes so much sense. Like, I was doubting it last night, but now I'm even more certain. The only dodgy part is how you define the subtype. So here we have define customer ID. Well, I mean, I'll start with a simple example. For even, again, it's piss easy. You just define even, which is a subtype of integers, right? So like in the same way that maybe you want to define a subset of integers, right? Call it to the 32-bit integers, right? Then you have that. Granted, it's not that simple because those are also have different widths. So, you know, you like a U32 is not a subtype of U64 per se, because they do have different widths. But in this case, even numbers is a subtype of integers. So you could have an integer, you can make it even, and you will still have all the operations that you normally have with an integer. You can still assign it literals like normal. The only difference is that there is a restriction, right? And the compiler will enforce this, and it will give you a compile error at compile time if it is not able to prove that this is true, right? And then, you know, with my error handling system, you for cases where the proof system falls short or is too slow, you will be able to override, with your own promises to the compiler. But point is, that's how it works, right? And that's just even. So then you say 23 is even, right? In the same way that you'd say 23 is a U32, okay? Same thing. And then with this one, with customer ID, same concept, but this time we have bindings, right? So for even, there are no bindings, right? It just checks is x modulo 2, 0. And that's it. For this customer ID, we have two type parameters, or two type parameters, because they're part of the type, but obviously they are not, like they are variables of sorts. Anyway, and then the way it binds is through the is keyword. So here we define our string, right? Here we split our string into the name and the ID using this. We check if it was successful, right? If I have two strings here and there, and then it binds. And the way it does that is it says split string dot at 0. So the first char in this in our name is the first string in our array, because this is an array. So the first string is a name. First it checks that, right? And then if you instead add a binding here, like I do here, this becomes a binding as well. So then like the compiler will see that, and then it will know that name is to bind to this because we are checking it here, right? So it's quite, it appears implicit, but it is still quite explicit. It's just the compiler smartly uses the syntax here to deduce what the bindings are meant to be. And again, I'll admit this isn't the most explicit way to do it that I would be happy with, but I can't think of a way to make it more explicit without just making it stupidly verbose and painful, right? So far I'm sticking with this, but if you're watching this video perchance and you have any ideas, let me know. Let's be making a blog post on this at some point. But so far this is the best I can think of. And then here as well, for the second string in the array, which is the thing, we check if we can convert from the string, right, to a U64, and then assuming that the from function in U64 returns a maybe, because maybe it fails and it says none, or it says yes and then you have some, right? Then we check if it is some, and then ID is the binding. So again, we're binding to the thing inside. If the result of this is none, there's no binding, and then it just returns false. And then that means if any of these is clauses return false, either of them, then this does not get triggered and I go to the next one, right? So a simple example, here we have Jeff-10970823, right? So if I check with this, it will insert Kojo here. So is Jeff Kojo? No. Okay, so then we move on. It can be lazy, it doesn't matter. Then we move on. It says, okay, is it Jeff? The answer is yes. Name, this part of the string, Jeff, is this part of the string, Jeff, that's true. And then it says, okay, is this second part of the string, which is 199700823, right? Because we have here with the ID, it says is that well, first of all, we convert it from a string to an integer. In this case, it is successful because we only have an integer here. If I had like a d here, it would fail, and I'll explain what happens there in a second. But this is successful in this case, in which case we have sum, and then we have the blank here, right? They match on anything, so then it will do sum anything, and then it binds to that, right? So then I get this result here, and then this one is never run, as you would expect in normal pattern matching. And yeah, that's how it works, right? It's great. Now, suppose I had a d here, right? That made this return none. What happens? Well, then it will check, is it still something, right? Something. But none doesn't match that, so either way, it won't match. So again, it works. I mean, it works like you would expect, right? Like, literally all I'm doing is I'm taking this, and then with this subtype definition, I'm literally pattern matching against the arguments as well. Like, this here is pattern matching. Because I have the is keyword, it is literally pattern matching. So if I had to do this in another language like Rust, I might have to do like a match statement inside. So like requires match on name ID, right? And then do like a I don't know, split stir dot at 0, or even like reverse those. So this one goes here, and then have like the U64 from, right? Yeah, no, so sorry, it'd be the other way around, and then I could do like this, right? But then what? Like, you say true, or like what? Like what do you put there then? Or like bind to this thing, right? Here, it's the same thing because is pattern matching. It's just in line, so it's just more convenient, and you don't have to say like a particular match case. Because in this case, if you use is outside of a match statement, there is no and then. It's just it just returns a boolean, right? It's a boolean expression, and that's it. So it just says true. If it's true, it's true. So then you don't have to waste any time, you know, saying if it's this clause then true, if it's this clause then false. No, you just put is, and I think it's so good because in Haskell, F star, I think Ada as well. I believe they all have some form of pattern matching like this, maybe, or like even like F sharp maybe. Maybe not F star. Maybe it was F sharp, Haskell, and also Scala, right? But notice how for all of these you need to say if this, then some, else none, right? Or in the case of Haskell, you would have, I think, a boolean for true and false, or like a matching case. So for F sharp, I think it is also like true or false, or maybe some and none. But for here, because is again is just already a boolean, we have that convenience that we don't need to do that. So I think this is it. This is it. I've cracked it. I feel like I've cracked it, right? Question is then, how can I make first class pattern matching? Like, what if I want to have it be inline? Because true first class functions and everything and all that would allow you to construct a thing anonymously, right? So that I can assign them to a value. And the answer is here, right? Subtype here, like this whole thing here is anonymous. Because of how my system works, this is anonymous, you just assign it to a binding. In my language, every single thing that can be assigned to an identifier or a binding is, by necessity, also anonymous. Because of how my system works. You don't define a subtype customer ID. No, you define customer ID, which is inferred to be whatever the result of this anonymous literal is, if you want to call it literal, or like a value, right? And so I could very much, if I wanted to, make it inline. I could take even, right, and replace this with just this. So let me create a new one so it's less confusing. So I can literally just put here subtype x, which is a subtype of integer, right? Which is, well, it's x is the variable here, which requires x modulo 2 is 0, right? And in theory, I wouldn't even need this colon anyway, but I'll just have that. And then I can delete this, right? Now in this case it's kind of silly because I could just put well, obviously I can just do if x over 2 is 0, then, you know, echo I am even. But like, point is, you can also make it inline if you want to, right? Which also means, you see this, right? Because it's just a type parameter, I can easily do define starts with h equals starts with a type parameter of h, right? And that's it. Now I have to define this, so I can take this as a value again and put it here. And it's only a capital letter by convention, because I want types to be capitalized. Like, you could if you wanted to do that, so like it looks more like a variable, but my point is, it's there, right? So yeah, I think this is really good. I think this is really good. I'm quite enthusiastic about this. And of course, you could also like make this inline, but like, why would you do that? That is a bit verbose. Similar to how you'd want to like bind a function, define a function, right, before you use it, as opposed to using an anonymous function, because that can be a bit whack as well. Speaking of anonymous functions, I do have a syntax for it, and I wonder if it can be applied to other things, but nah, it's fine. But yeah, very cool, right? Very cool, very cool. So I think I'm gonna make the blog post now. I did talk to Claude about it as well. I sent this Claude just like my snippet and said, "What do you think?" Basically, I said, "Sorry, oh, okay." I said, "What does this do for first-class pattern matching?" And I sent him my code snippets, and it gave me this, and said to do something like this, like bound equals this, like with your constructor args, e.g. define C first letter for starts with H. Sorry, this fucking thing is in the way. For each left hand is right hand in requires and source order, case right hand side, and then like a bunch of things here. But like, I don't really see the reason to do this, because like you could just match against it the way I have it doing. Like this is the more verbose option, right? Where like you have an explicit bind and like an EQ test, I guess in this case, and like it's just too much. Like there's no way you need all this, because like it's just pattern matching. Like you already like just use pattern matching to define pattern matching, and that's what I've done. So I believe that's fine. He said it said consider return f name is 5 and str at 0 is name. Requires str at 0 is name. F name is called before the name is bound. This needs to be a compile error, not undefined behavior. Okay, sorry, yeah, I wasn't paying attention. I mean, I wasn't understanding that. Yeah. So also, if you try to misuse the variable, right, which I have thought about in a few cases, then the compiler would just tell you, no, you can't do that, and that also works fine. I did have some examples, but I forgot them now. But they'll come up later. Requires if some condition, return string at 0 is name, else return string at 1 is name. Oh, that's right. So one example is if nothing binds, right? If nothing binds, then, or like if your type variables are never bound to anything, then you get a compile error. Likewise, if you try to bind multiple things to it, you also get a compile error. And now, for the record, you could argue that I don't have to have it be a compile error. Like, it is perfectly logical. You can bind to nothing, and you can also, or rather, you can pattern match the arguments against nothing, or you can pattern match it against multiple things, But what happens then is that it never binds to anything. So then if I try to bind to something, I simply just get like it always evaluates to false, right? Because there's nothing to bind to. I think, if I am thinking about that correctly. Either way, you don't want that to happen, so it should be a compile error. Same thing here, right? If it's double bind, it should be a compile error. Like, here's binding to two things. Ooh. Yeah, no, yeah, it's fine. Because, like, look, no, notice, right? I guess actually in this case it shouldn't be a compile error. But, like, point is, right, if this is true and this is false, it still evaluates to false anyway, such that the condition overall is false and the pattern gets skipped. So that's fine. Nonlinear patterns, same name twice. This would just be a namespace collision. Actually, this is interesting. So this requires that A equals A. But there's a better way to do this. Like, this should be a namespace collision. You would do def A, like define A, and then here you would do A without define, and then that would do both. So that's fine. But yeah. So I think I'm gonna write this blog post before I do anything else, because this feels quite revolutionary, in a way. I've never seen a language do this, and Claude has not identified a language either. So I do want to write this up as soon as possible. So cd blog neovim. Actually, is it Hugo? Yeah, Hugo server dick what? Open that, localhost, click on that. There we go. Speaking of my blog, actually, I do want to, because I'm also working on my website, right? My portfolio website. And when that's done, I want to put my blog into it and potentially build my own static site generator. Because right now I use Hugo, which is fine, but it's just having more control and also for the experience, right? Would be cool. Plus Hugo can just like break randomly because it keeps like making breaking changes, which is kind of annoying when I don't want things to break. I don't know why it does that. Like, I understand why, but I don't know if I'm being forced into updates or not. That's what I need to check. Anyway, so I have these few posts, right? I also have these two, by the way, which I need to come back to at some point. This one, I can't remember what I was saying. I think there's more an argument that declarative code is... Sorry, that imperative code can be declarative. So I'd probably reframe this article in that view, like with that title, imperative code is declarative. And for sets as types, this one I was considering, so instead of having types, you have sets, right? But that's not really a great way to go about it. It's better to instead have your type system derive from set theory, but not be it exactly. So like, for example, like my subtype, right? You could say it's similar to subset, but like, sets don't really have a way to, well, first of all, methods don't exist in sets, really. I mean, they kind of can, but also, what's this? Sets don't have a way to have defining versus declaring, that sort of thing in set theory. So like, I can't represent mathematically, like, I have an undefined X that a subset will then implement, undefine. I don't believe, at least from the set theory I know, that doesn't seem to be a thing. So that's already incompatible. And also wrapping, that's right, wrapping. Like if a type wraps another type, you don't have a way to really represent that either in set theory. Like you can, but it's not really what I'm looking for with my like subtype thing. Anyway, so let's open this in NeoVim. I'll just make a new, well, let me move to my third desktop, open this I said move it to my third desktop. CD blog, the neo vim. Content, posts. These are for images, right? Yeah. So I'll just copy paste. Oh, what's wrong? Yeah, I think I have a. I have an issue with syntax highlighting. It's really annoying. I don't know what causes it. I think it's the YAML that causes it, but I don't know why it would cause issues. But it is quite annoying. In fact, let me just check I actually have YAML installed on my TreeSitter, because maybe that would help fix that. So cd config /neovim /lua /kojo lazy. Give me some options, please. Okay, don't then. There you go. Yeah, I don't see YAML, so let me add that and compile that. It's been installed. Commit, add YAML, support, push, close, go back. I yanked that, so I will not quit. I will go out, create a new thing, call it. Ooh, what do I call this? First class pattern matching. For now. Maybe I'll change the name later. Paste that. Delete that. Nice, that's highlighted. Do other things work, please? It seems to work. Yeah, nice, okay. Like, it works sometimes, but sometimes like it just doesn't, and I don't really understand why. Image. Can I comment that out? Or is that an error? I can't comment it out. Okay. Just make it empty for now. Yep. Title. Higher order pattern matching. Today's July. Damn, it's July. My last blog post was like literally less than a month ago. It feels like way longer, which is a good thing. I'm glad time is not flying by me. Yeah, I mean, I'll put a timestamp properly later. But this is a draft. Okay, so first question actually for Claude. What is the difference between first class, higher order, and higher kinded? These Doritos have travelled from Northern Ireland to Liverpool. Right, so first class just means they are values, right? Yeah. That's right, I'm done. A higher order function is not a language feature per se. It is specifically a function that just takes another function. That's it. Yeah, that's right. So it's not a feature as much as it is something enabled by a feature. Higher kinded is the same, right? Yeah. It is a type constructor that takes other type constructors as parameters. I think all languages are higher kind of types, right? Like, doesn't C++ support higher kind of types? It's just a, I don't know, like, it's just a template of a template. No? don't think I understand higher kinded types then properly. Why is, oh no, option T not a higher kinded type? So these are type classes, right? But does defunctors, does Haskell functor also have to be implemented for specific types to work with them? Oh. No, I get it. You can say and reuse at the generic level. For any f, such as f is a functor, because generics are quantified with type constraints themselves. They duplicate, do twice for option back, etc., or fake it with macros gats. Yeah. It's this, yeah. I get it. Really? I didn't know that you couldn't do that in Rust. It's something, I mean, I haven't really tried to do it. I just don't know if you need to do it, but like, I don't know how useful that actually is in practice, but yeah. So I guess in Rust you can't just define a generic function that takes a functor as a parameter. Actually, wait, what? I call bullshit. Surely you can say your arguments must be a functor, and then it just returns a functor. No? Why not? So Rust can't do... So I kind of like a function do twice with a f functor t with a, right? What's a? The argument's a function. How do I... Fuck me. What's the type signature for a function? Rust function type signature. Oh, that's right. So it's literally... It is interesting how the F isn't capitalized, by the way. I'm thinking whether I should do that or not. So F, yeah, so sorry, you have F, which is a... It's a function from t to t. And then what's the second argument? It's a functor. Yeah. So then you have a functor t. There's creating at work here, which makes it a bit annoying. Let's say x of functor type ooh. Okay, I'm really not sure how this works because I'm not that accustomed to Rust syntax, to be fair, but something like this. Maybe fmap fmap fx. Hasn't this been proposed? Why does Rust not support it? Rust generics are quite limited in general. I much prefer the C++ template system. Like, yeah, it's more powerful such that it can be abused, but just don't abuse it. Which sounds easy, but like, point is, it's more powerful. I wonder if it works then in C++. I doubt it, because there's no traits, but. Right. So every generic function gets a fully specialized copy, right? So that's like I don't know, add int 32 gets it's a different copy to add int 64, right? at the call site. A function from types to types. So I wonder if I can do that. I'd like to. Never say that C++ is not a more functional language than Rust. I'm actually crying. I mean, it uses duck typing, which is something I generally don't like. I prefer if there was like a better way to do it that didn't involve duck typing, and I assume there is. That's crazy. That is crazy. Like once C++ adds pattern matching, like it's literally, and reflection is coming as well, if not already here to an extent. Like the language is going to be so much more powerful than Rust. It's actually insane. All we're missing from that point is tagged unions, but like you can already implement that just manually. And again, pattern matching will make it easier because you won't need to like have the visitor pattern. So the feature of C++ does actually look quite bright. All I need is a fucking way to make handling optional types easier and expected types easier, because that's a pain in the ass. So add some like kind of way to make it easier, but like, man, that is goofy. Of course, the syntax is awful, but like, if, as Bjarne has said many times and other people have said, if you there is a smaller language inside C++ that is screaming to get out, that is much nicer, has much nicer syntax and all that. It's gonna happen one day. I feel like at some point it's gonna reach a breaking point where they're like, guys, C++ is a beautiful language, but also horribly ugly at the same time. I think we can make a new syntax for it. And that's basically what I'm doing, to be fair. Although with some caveats. I'm changing a few things too, because there's some things I disagree with when it comes to C++. So let me just read this home. So duck typing. So there's no trait bounds, but there's duck typing. But I assume you can do it without duck typing as well. There is concepts as well, which will make things a lot better. But I don't think even then the concepts will get on the same strictness level as Haskell traits. Haskell? Rust even? There's no coherence trait resolution safety necessity yet. So I guess you can get undefined behavior. Yeah, they're Turing complete. And I love it because like they're macro-like, but they're also really not. Because they did like people will complain that templates in C++ is almost like another language of its own, but I don't really see it that way. Like all a template argument is a compile time argument, and it's separate from your other arguments. Otherwise, that is essentially it. And then there's overloading, which is a whole like kind of like rule in itself, which makes the template which makes the template metaprogramming more difficult to like look at and reason about. But it works. It does work. And it's not too bad, I don't think. Or maybe I'm speaking on my ass, but I'm gonna have a look at something in a second to prove it. Yeah, but it is less safe though. So, C++ template, metaprogramming. But like, it's basically a way to do const expr, like compile time calculations. But the thing is, like, the only reason that template metaprogramming looks so, how it has looked so cryptic and like obfuscated in the past is because we didn't have good tools to do const expr outside of that, right? But now we have const expr, and that makes things more possible. So then with const expr, we literally get like what Zig has, just also with templates instead. So like, basically like, C++ now has comp time. It's just that the arguments are separate from the normal arguments, and I like that. It's why my language also separates the compile time arguments for a function or a type from the runtime ones. I think it just helps with clarity. Like this is a recursive template, right? And it uses function overloading. But like you no longer need to do this to calculate factorial because it's possible to use const expr, right? So it's pretty cool. Anyway. So, long story short, 15 minutes. I'm sort of right. My God, bro, time flies. Yeah. So this is actually first class pattern matching with types or via types. Okay. So how are we going to organize this? Let's plan here, right? So we're going to have the introduction, of course, which will go over whatever. I'll make it up as I go. And then the is operator. And then subtypes. And that's it. Like, it is fairly simple. So, like, to communicate. So, yeah. Whew. It has been a few days. It has been an exciting few days, I'd say. Okay, so of course we always start a story with an anecdote, or a post with an anecdote. Make it a story, you know. I was reading through the Tour of Scala. to see the tour of Scala, as I was interested in its fusion of ML style functional programming. Is that true, or is it more Haskell style, to be fair? Or of functional programming and Java style object oriented programming. Yeah. When I came across when I came across the when I got to the chapter on when I was introduced to the concept of extractor objects. And also be linked. Far. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Essentially, objects. Essentially, an object in Scala is a singleton. Is a singleton class. And they come with two methods. You can define that are useful in pattern matching. So this is Scala. That just broke my syntax highlighter for some reason. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, so I have an object customer ID to apply, unapply. Yeah. This code snippet will not be runnable. I probably. Let me just quit and open it again. What's it called again? See, that works. First class pattern matching. Oh, I called it the right thing the first time. That's weird. Why are you doing this to me? Okay, let me try this one. Like, why is it failing? I don't understand. And then that means I can go into this one? Never mind. I don't understand this error. I don't understand why I'm getting this error. It's for Markdown and occurs once I insert a code block. I guess Scala is just like unrecognized, but I have Scala. And the C++ one doesn't work either, even though that one supports it. Tries to call range on a parser to this nil because the markdown inline parts are out of sync with core neovim injection queries. Okay, so I'll call ts update and pray, I guess. I mean, I do this every time and I swear it doesn't work. But one can hope. We got C3, that's about it. Update, markdown inline. Parser not available for language. Did I misspell it? Yeah. Up to date. Yeah, this is the most annoying thing about fucking NeoVim. Like shit just doesn't work sometimes. I mean, mostly with Tree Sitter. And man, it is frustrating. Fuck's sake. Meh. I forgot what these mean. HLFIJ. Okay. I don't disable Markdown. I mean, it will disable itself anyway, so like I don't need to disable it. What's it? NeoVim version. Is it exclamation mark? I think. I'm on 12.3. NeoVim, why are you so prone to breaking? I mean, literally only for the tree sitter as well. Like everything else works. I don't understand. I thought tree sitter was abandoned anyway. Okay, let me just update. I mean, it's not gonna work though, but I'll update everything on my computer anyway. Yay, SYU. NeoVim has an update. It's a minor one, but I really need to set up my computer properly. I should have like an update manager that like automatically tells me when I have updates available and whatnot. And like I need more GUI apps. I don't know why people are so obsessed with TUI. TUI really isn't that good. Like humans, like just no. I'm not obsessed with that. I want actual stuff. I forget what Emscriptum does. Isn't it for like installing? No, like compiling to web or something. WebAssembly. Anyway, that's gonna take a while. So in the meantime, okay. Okay, I have to move it. In the meantime, I'll go back to my blog and just suffer without syntax highlighting for now. What's it called? First class. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. This is the wrong fucking thing. First class. So, is it working, first of all? I had some issues as well with Hugo, where like the things didn't show up. Thankfully, it is now. Nice. So there's Scala. I don't have a thing it should say what the language is above, but I haven't done that yet. Yep, this is the example. Can I run this code? Not really. I mean, I can do. Scala. No, actually, let me open Godbolt first. See if it has Scala. You should do. Yep. Boom. Cannot find or load main class main. Right, yeah. So I think we have to do define main and tag it as main. Oh, it's equals. Expected and nope, never mind. Not found random. Okay, I'll just put in the actual thing instead then. Unable to initialize main class main, caused by Java, no class to find found error. How does that work? This is Scala 3.7. At time of need. Fix this so it compiles for our compiler explorer. Scala 3.7 plus. Oh my god, Kojo, you're vibe coding. I learn from example. Weird. I don't know why I need that. I shouldn't do. Fuck. There's no later version. Okay, let me try the same code in a different thing then. Scala Playground. Scastic, that's right. This should just work, I think. I don't think I need the main. No. How do I unindent? Shift tab doesn't work. That's really annoying. Right. Compiles. Sukyeong. Yeah, so I would. Is it this code? Is this shareable? If I change like this, does it change the code? Yeah. That changed the hash. So I assume this will work on anything. Let's go incognito here. That's not, never mind. Is it still installing? Yes. Okay. Try again. Awkward. Well, I can do this. And do this. Okay, it works. So let me put it into the blog post as a runnable code snippet. So I think none of these are runnable, are they? Oh no, it is. Shit, I just saw it. Fuck, go back. Godbolt, and then the URL. Even though it's not Godbolt, but so here, boom, 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 Godbolts, boom, bam, bing, boom, pow. Does that auto refresh or do I have to refresh it? Oh yeah, I did. Okay, so run this code, press that. New tab. Awesome. It works. Yeah, so I was very intrigued by this. Not even. This caught me by a major surprise, as I was not aware any language had a way to support first class pattern matching to any extent yet. To any extent. I then learned that it is also supported in Haskell. I do actually have the code snippet somewhere. Can I search, please? Fuel. Pattern. I think this one. No. Adrian, no. This one. There's Haskell. Let me see if I can try and reconstruct the example for this one. So, where are we? Haskell Playground. So I'll try Global first and see if it works. Always. I joke about the assembly though. I care about it more as a code runner. I wish I could just have the compiler option and then not show the output, because I don't care about the output. Also, why do I have two terminals? This is GHC. Yeah, I don't need this. Okay. Oh shit, that was GHC. Ah, fuck, whatever. Can I see the program? Now will it execute? Can I get an error of sorts? Oh. Okay, so then I don't need this. Can I show a screen though? Optionally, please. Execute. How do I show? I don't know why this one shows standard error, but this one doesn't. Must be some configuration. Compiler output. Oh. Why? Okay, fine. Output was redirected with O, but no output was generated. There's no module named main. But what's with all this main shit? Okay, and then call this one main. Actually, just remove the fucking module, right? And that should work. Yeah, okay, so first of all, does pattern work? We'll try this one first, just as a test case. So pattern, even, same name there. You would have arguments, but in this case we don't, and then you use the arrow to say that, or whatever. Yeah, didn't think so. I did mean to use a pattern synonym extension. Question is how? Language pattern synonyms. Also, before I forget, I need to update this code or it will not compile. I mean, it will not match what I said. Of course, I could just copy it, but that'd be too efficient. Yeah, I think that's the same. So perhaps you tend to use the view patterns extension. I did. So I need both. Okay, so then I can do a match. So case fuck me. Why there's so many extensions? I have to enable them up myself, bro. That's actually kind of annoying. Okay, you know, it doesn't matter. Actually, no, it does matter because I want to do pattern matching. Lambda case, please. Parse error on this. I forgot how case works. Low key. Low key. Haskell lambda case. So case like 4 of, and then my arguments here, right? I like this. Like this, I think of even. Put sterling. Put sterling. Yeah. $sign. I am even. I am odd. I don't know how to do this. Somehow this isn't helping me. Do I need the brackets? What? Haskell case expression. So it's just not this. Okay. Okay. So yeah, case 4. But let's not use lambda case. Let's instead do this. So print is even. Takes a int and returns nothing, an IO. If it's even, equals put sterling, I am even, otherwise put sterling, I am odd. Let me just do this. Print is even 4. Print is even 23. Remove this. Yeah. So I will include. I think I will include this example. Perhaps. If I do, then I can share my code here. I don't know how these links work, by the way. It's kind of crazy. I guess, like, how does it encode so much data? I genuinely don't get it. Or like, does it produce a unique hash each time I do it? I don't know, because that'll take a lot of storage, no? And it's free, so that's kind of strange. God bolts have to say it out loud or else I will misspell it every single time. So then for the other one, this one, customer ID, which takes a, so it matches on a string, and it takes a string as an argument. So what you want is a function called, actually I can use where, right? So let's say to just so we have name and we return just name. But like rather like it's checking if this matches against just name. That's kind of what's going on there. So I like the Haskell way of doing it because it's not too verbose. The verbosity lies in the definition, like here, but not even here. It was sorry, the definition of even rather, which is here, and we're going to remove it. Match customer ID, where can't use that, where match customer ID is of type string to maybe string, right? And we check, and then and we match. So first case, what are we actually matching against again? Ugh. Where is it? I've lost it now. So this takes the string as input, not the name. So we have the input, whatever. So just call stir, and we need to check it. So if how would I do split on a certain thing? Does Haskell have an equivalent of Scala's string split method? Okay, so data.list.split. Oh no, I don't have to split. Split on this, right? Stir. If split on stir, okay, let. let's string, let's stir list equal this in and then just if string array stir list, sorry, if the head of stir list equals, not equals or equals? Not equals, right? Yeah, not equals. What is not equals in Haskell? I think it's slash equals. Nothing. Well, no, we want to check if it even exists in the first place, right? Let's just try this first. Then just tail? No, head of stir list. So this is tail. Else nothing. Where clause must contain a single binding. Sorry, pattern synonym where must contain a single binding. I don't know what that means, but I have an empty one. Well, no, there's a matching there. What does it mean single binding? Try this instead then. Jesus Christ. Okay, and then customer ID. Well, actually just delete this. Back here. And it was customer ID equals, so do let customer ID 1 equal, I mean, there's the apply here as well. I'm just going to deply it. So we'll just do the string directly. I don't know if Rust, if Haskell lets you do it backwards. Must be an expression, yep. And then case customer ID 1. Actually, at that point, just put it in, right? Of customer ID is a Sukyong. Do you pass that? No, we just bind it. Name. I mean, here's gonna bind to everything anyway. Oh no, not necessarily. Put Sterlin name. Otherwise, put Sterlin. Cannot extract a customer ID. Import data dot list dot split. Is data.list.split available in prelude? I'm guessing no. What can I do without it? That's annoying that I can't just do it. Is there a Haskell playground? Is it possible to import packages on this? Can match type char with list of chars, expected list of strings, and second argument of not equals, namely, let's be that. Just add a string list. Warning, warning. Replace it with drop 1. I mean, I could just do, yeah, pattern matching, right? So I'll do case stir list, well, case word stir of, and then we'll have name and ID. But yeah, if the name's there, then just head a string list, so just name actually. Else nothing. So we don't need this. Don't need this. And it should be safer. Look at that. Been a while since I last used Haskell, but I still got it. Okay. So notice how this is quite verbose, right? Because like we have to manually say this whole thing. Obviously it's not bad, but yeah, my point stands. Also, there's no way to construct a string from customer ID. At least not that I'm aware of. Maybe we can try. Customer ID pass a string. See what happens. Yeah, no. There's no constructor. So you have to define the constructor yourself. I mean, which isn't hard to do. Like I'm just saying. I'm just saying. So let me make it then. Make customer ID. Let's do apply and unapply, which is the equivalent. Now I wouldn't call it that in Haskell, but put it there. Yeah, so apply customer ID will take a string and return a string. Customer ID name equals name plus plus space and then this ID. Right, so then we can just do apply customer ID like so. Wrong thing, so that should be there. Yeah. Cool. That works. A space is used instead. Space is used instead of boom boom because Haskell's standard library has no split on function. Yeah, so I'm going to say copy that and also save it and get the link and put it into my blog post. So I'm actually going to delete these. Yep, and instead have this code with this link. Okay, check it out. Look at that. And I'm going to assume this only compiles with view patterns on. Yeah. Cool. And this one does have Haskell as a tag. Let me add Scala now, because why not? Whoops. Syntax. No. Code. Lang. That's it. Right, so let's find Haskell, because it'll be very similar to Haskell. Actually, no, it won't. I don't know why I said that. This is just the colors. Scala language, Scala content says Scala 3, let's say, because you want to be specific, and the language is language Scala. Okay. What color is Scala? Oh, so I'm using Fira Sans. That's weird. I don't know why I'm using Fira Sans exclusively for this. Oh no, I'm using it for the. Oh, that's weird. Because I'm using because like Fira code, right, I think is the main alternative to JetBrains Mono. And I forgot I'm literally using that as my blog normal font, but then using JetBrains Mono as the coding font. But like I could use Fira code and it would look, I'd probably be more fitting because it would fit with this. Anyway, I think I got this font from the Rust website anyway, because Rust website has a cool font, like the blog. Okay, give me the Scala logo. Holy moly. There you go. I want that color. Is it true though? I actually got two colors, ignoring the horrific quality. So pick color there. Okay. I don't know if it's too dark. I guess we'll find out. This is dark mode first, so do that, paste that. Make it lowercase just to be consistent. Yeah, that's too dark. So let's move that as a background color instead. FF. I guess FF isn't necessary, is it? I don't know why I had it in the other one. Yep. Sorry, no, it should be transparent. Alright, 17. To be fair, that isn't bad, but yeah, I'll make it just a bit lighter. Like that should be good. That'll do. And then for light mode, we want something similar. I'm going to use the background color here. This background color. And the background color I'll change as well. Probably just reuse, no, well, I'll probably use this as a background color. Let's see how that looks. So I'm on dark mode, let's go light mode. One could say it's a bit too dark. I'm inclined to agree, actually, that's egregiously dark. Let's make this different then. That's better. Scala. I hate how bad the highlighting looks on light mode, by the way. But I guess I'm guessing that if you use light mode on for programming, this is what you're used to. I'm used to these nice color. Okay, why did like it's not even italic? I don't know why that's the case. I guess I should update that. It's fine though. But yeah. Oh, I love that coloring, man. I'm in love. Hold on. I've got messages to reply to. I'll do that later. Yeah. Yeah, so anyway, so Haskell just has a nice way of doing it. I like it because it feels more built in, right? Like, if you look at this, like, you have unapply, which returns an option string, which somehow is meant to, like, bind, and it's like, it's just kind of unclear. Whereas with Haskell, it's a lot more clear. Like, it's specifically this syntax, which and with a pattern keyword, so, like, you know it's a pattern, and then basically what it does, it takes this, and then it matches it against this. And then if this matches against this, then it binds these to whatever this matched against, basically, which again is what mine does, just mine does it with less syntax, right? So like basically for mine the only difference here would be you just do words stir is just name. No, sorry, word stir. Okay, well, head of word stir is just name, assuming that that head that you have a safe head that returns some or none, right? So it's just less verbose, because then like you don't have to do all this kind of stuff and then put it here. Like no, like this is just like this just checks if this is true. This isn't here. It just checks against this directly. Basically, that's the idea. So I probably should have pinned the post, but let's go back. First class. Yep, I've now pinned it. I might need this again. Okay. I do like the Haskell approach much more than Scala's. since it makes the pattern in first class pattern more obvious via the pattern keyword and special boom 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 syntax. Not even special, and the specific. Yeah. It's getting quite hot in here. Some airflow. Tax. But it still isn't quite satisfactory. Notice the verbosity. Hold on. Does Haskell have like a way to pattern match? Does Haskell have a pattern matching operator? Or do you have to use case? Function equations? So how would I get a quick x is just 5 that returns a bool? Oh yeah, EQ exists. Suppose we had an operator. Okay, actually, so suppose Haskell had an operator is an operator that could perform an operator that could perform that can perform pattern matching. Well, sorry, that can pattern match on a value to return a Boolean value. On a value as a Boolean expression. So suppose we had like unapply customer ID string to bool and call it is. instead, right? And then stir equals safe head of words stir is just something. Right? And let's put it in these. I could probably code this myself. To be, like you could probably implement this somehow, I feel. Perhaps. Right? Safe head. Actually no, because you can't like pass in the argument, can you? Not really. This would allow us to also simplify so right now the pattern, the customer ID pattern is checked like unapply customer ID to just name. But if the first but a function before the boom always returns a Boolean, then we can simplify this syntax. So we get pattern customer ID name boom boom is customer ID. We have pattern again, customer ID, string to string. And the compiler would know what to bind name to, as it can check where is used, where pattern matching occurs within is customer ID, which in this case is via the is operator. Well, I've been designing a language that happens to already have such an operator, such an is operator, and so I was able to come across this solution naturally. But to understand how that works, we first need to look at subtypes. Yeah, so I mean, this will be a fairly short blog post, and I do want to keep it short. Man, I just love the way my code is formatted on my blog, dude. It's just so nice. Glazing my own blog, although I didn't design the front end, so. Well, that's not true. But it's certainly not, you know, the majority of it is not my work. So you can run this, you can run this, you cannot run this, unfortunately. Nor can you run my language because I don't have a compiler. Oh well. Now we're in the theoretical realm. So another issue I have with Scala's implementation of Scala's design of extractor objects is that the syntax is the same as if you were calling a type constructor. A constructor. Scala. Actually, I'd probably highlight it in Scala 3 as well, actually. And I can change that here. So that should still work. I lose the highlighting though, which is not ideal. Can I keep the highlighting like by redirecting it somehow? Maybe not. Yeah, I mean, I can fix it later, can't I? Yeah. Although Zig is one of the first languages to support compile time arguments, compile time parameters directly in a function's parameter list. How does it do it? Give me an example Zig function that takes a comp time parameter. You see, AI is very good for generating examples. That is one of the only things I will ever use it for when it comes to code generation. What comment scheme does it use? Okay. I am personally a fan of separating compile time parameters from arguments from runtime ones, as C++ does. Now give me an example of C++ doing it with its templates. Probably with runtime arguments too. I'll do. Copying. Boom, boom, boom. I don't know, let's have T start, T step. Here we have start T, step T. That is so much less verbose too, because you don't need the comp time keyword. Is it really all that? Like, if I just remove... I mean, to be fair, you still have this up here, right? If I made it in line, then it's... yeah, okay. I won't, though. Although Zig is also a language that does not support. That does have direct type constructors. Hence, we define make array. Are there manually? I don't know if that's true. Is it true that Zig doesn't have automatic type constructors functions, and you therefore need to do make array? Sorry, define a manual make array. Yeah, this is really goofy to me. Like I understand it. I just don't understand why it has to be that syntax. Like, it feels like people just hate themselves. IRC, they're usually 6 bytes of memory than the full 8. Cool. Optimizations are always fun. Sorry, so although Zig is blah, 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 and to define make array manually. So separating for my language, I therefore have the pattern, the syntax, type, comp time, argument, params, runtime params. For defining and constructing a type. Well, for declaring a type. For creating a type. Yeah, for creating a new type. But Kojo, there's a slight issue here. They're not comp time. Because what if the value is gotten at runtime? Then what can I do? That does create an issue, doesn't it? That does create an issue. Yeah, like in the same way an array has a size of compile time. That's a good point. That's a good point. So with this, why am I here? Here. This is fine because that can be a runtime argument. But with this, there's an issue, right? Like, what if this is a variable instead? That is runtime. That wouldn't work. Yeah, like, it just wouldn't work. I mean, does it make sense to bind... I don't know if the arguments have to be compile time to bind against them. Surely not, right? They don't need to be, no. So I guess this is actually, I have made a mistake here. These shouldn't be compile time arguments. They should be runtime. Because they can be runtime. Likewise, the constructor also needs to support runtime. The compile time argument I guess there isn't one in this situation. I guess there isn't one in this situation. any syntax that says subtype of string with args but then I also need to be able to access a string argument, right? So here's an idea. Taking... Why am I lagging so hard right now? Jesus Christ. Subscribe. Actually, no, don't even bother. It's going to take like ages for me to get enough watch time on this channel to get any money, but subscribe to my main channel so I can afford a new laptop. Shit. Okay, so like subtype of string kind of, and then like with these arguments, and then maybe some like suppose I have a self type, right? Then I could do self split at, or this. Like self just says get the data that this has. I don't know. It's a bit difficult with like primitives, but like at, but that doesn't really make sense. Like, how do you say subtype of string? Subtype hashtag string. What's my type syntax even? I'm getting tired now. I actually slept really badly last night. I woke up like really early and then went back to sleep, woke up again. I guess because I was nervous about missing my job interview, so I really didn't want to miss it. But yeah, that has messed me. Wow, that's messed me up. And I do like having different brackets for patterns, just because there's not really another way to differentiate them well. But I suppose if it's just a type, then yeah, it makes sense to just have a normal type constructor that you can bind to like anything else. Like the same that you would bind to something, right? Some x. You can also have this. So I've changed my mind on that. Like literally here, right? It's some brackets id, parentheses. So yeah, this is the only question then, just the syntax, how it works. I mean, shocker, that's literally what I've been trying to do. So subtype is important, but perhaps it can be defined in a different way. So I don't know how my types are even defined right now. I think like up here I have some examples of ideas. So type addable, where x derives from any type, right? What's x though? Literally what's x? I guess addable is actually a no. Is there a subtype? Actually, no anymore. Type integer x. I guess I used. Sorry, I guess I used this for implicits. Like this means that it derives from integral. So it would actually look something like type right deriving from string. The thing is, it can only derive from one type anyway. So it really doesn't make sense to say to have like a list there. Really, it should just be type of string or something like that, you know? Type of string, and you would have two variables. So define name. I mean, really just declare, but def name string, def ID UC4 instead of these. I'm inclined to just put this type string like this. Right, so I have these, and then I have requires here. And then just have that be a colon. I don't know why that isn't a colon anyway, but that's pretty easy to do. Yeah. No. Okay, let's bring back subtype for a second. Remove these. And create a constructor. Customer ID. With a name, string, and an ID U64. Instead of requires. But this doesn't make sense either because we still need a string. And it's returning a bool, which doesn't feel right for a function. What does Haskell do? Again, Haskell does it's a very special syntax, but I feel like requires is correct. It's just like how do you I'm waiting for the urethra moment, but I'm not finding it yet. Define subtype of string. Okay. Questions. Always go to questions. First question. Do we allow overloading of customer ID's constructor? And if so, yeah, I guess we can. Thinking about. Well, I guess I'll think of an example. I have identified an issue. Nowhere in the code does it show you how to construct the string from the arguments. I've only just realized that. You kind of need that. So okay, let me do this with functions first. So suppose we have a function make customer ID. That's not how this language works. Define how do we even get there? Function, and it takes a string and an ID and returns a string, and it will simply do return $, I think I have, right? $, name, $, ID. Pretty simple in this case. And then for the destructuring, yeah, I said it correctly, it'd be I mean, we're assuming that it is a string. It also could be a maybe string instead, where it's possible it can fail. But let us suppose that's built in already to the language. So then we have define match customer ID. The function taking a string, which is our input, and returning the name and the ID. Then we have define split string, which is an array of string array equals self dot split at this. I just how fucking inconsistent my thing is here. Right, split at this, and then return a tuple of split stir dot at 0 and u64 from split stir dot at 1. And if there's an error at any point through these functions, because of how my system works, it implicitly returns, and the compiler will tell you the error. So it is quite like compile time, for the record. Like, it's not like exceptions where you just get it at runtime. So it's like having exceptions, but they're all checked basically. And it's also, you don't have to define them yourself. It's pretty automatic through a proof system. So then we have this. We can even just do this. Just pipe it. I suppose this is nicer, isn't it, than this? I mean, this can also be piped, but like, my point is, so we piped it. Here. Something like this. Require, which is a keyword by the way. Require this dot length is 2. Yeah. So I mean, that just makes it look a bit more, you know, more of a fair comparison. But point is, this is quite nice, isn't it? And then it returns these to bind to. So when you want to bind, these are the values you get. Name and ID. But if you want to check with values, then it can construct the string instead. Question is, what happens if I do one and not the other, which I guess is what ChatGPT was getting at. If I do one and not the other, yeah, then like it needs to know, like, check this, but then just write this, or like, no, sorry, write this, then bind this. That's not nice though, is it? Let's just. I was gonna write it out, don't I? This just means that check this equals this, and then bind to this value. Can it be automated? I assume so. Let's have a look at Haskell again. The thing is, Haskell only has the unapply thing. It doesn't have anything for this. It just has the pattern as a separate thing. Yeah, it's fine. I don't need to define 4 functions. Obviously, I need a way to construct it. But for this... For this, it just checks if that equals this. And then to bind, you just bind against it instead without checking it. Yeah, so it's actually simpler. Yeah, so this by itself should work then. So then we just remove this, right? And then we make them, I don't know, have functions like this, right? Which I now, obviously this looks extremely similar to the Scala version now, if not identical, because I have a automatic error handling system. That's the only difference. I suppose this is inevitable, isn't it? I just don't like how it's a function. Like, it just doesn't feel right. I just don't like how the return type is like this. Maybe it's like this, actually, I guess. They're not named, but... The input can only ever be one argument, I think. That's fine. Yeah, anyway, so my question is, can I make this more integrated? Also, you can't name these. Like, I can't do like name equals Kojo and ID equals this. Like, I can't do that because these aren't named, which is problematic. It's just so weird. Because like a match takes two sets of arguments. One is this argument, and the other one are these arguments, right? Like it's essentially performing this, but on the left you have I suppose there's an idea where you define it something like this. ID string is customer ID name. Like if I were looking at this just from an operator overloading perspective, which I guess it is anyway, then this is what you get. And then I can just check. Okay, then return self.split at this. Length is 2, and this dot at 0 is name, and at dot at 1 is ID. 64. Like this is how I would define it. If I were like overloading the operator is. You know, or like in a more C++ way, like operator is, like operator is whatever, where you have ID as a first argument and then customer ID it looks weird because it has a destructured thing here going on, but like, is this how I'm going to define infix or overloads as well? Like if I want to overload plus, or like implement the trait add, right, which has the function plus. Like what would that look like then? I suppose Haskell does actually allow this as one language, but like yeah, like you can do this as well, right? And it feels fairly intuitive. But at the same time, not really, because the name is here. It's like defining this operator is a function that's infix. Like really, you want it to be just this. So then you need to have this. Define is a function and there is a return value. So here itself, and here then it feels more intuitive to have bool as a return type. Like that actually fits for once, just because it does return bool literally. Right? So define is whatever. Delete this. So I don't need the return keyword here, do I? Yeah, this feels the most like correct of all the options so far. Yeah. So now it's just a case of how does this work? Customer ID. It's still a subtype of string. And like these are specific. I guess you just like remove the customer ID wrapping. And that's fine. So name equals Kojo, ID equals this. It's like what, like define ID equals define ID. So should this be a define as well? Because it's just empty, right? Define an empty thing. I guess that can be figured out, but like something like that, where if you want to rename it, then do this. Otherwise, it'll allow you to just define it directly over it, or something. Something like that. Anyway. And then this is the constructor. define new maybe. Something like this should, in theory, work. So that returns a self type, and this takes self as an input. And I don't know why it's called ID, it should be called like input. Or just self even. Self as a reference. You know, like in Rust style, this is static. Yeah, this looks better. Same as before, the compiler would just have to enforce these rules. The rules here. But yeah, I like this better. I mean, this is only because the constructor is overloadable. If it wasn't, I could put it into here instead. But I do want you to be able to overload the constructor and have multiple constructors, right? Which you kind of need, realistically. So, like even Rust's from operator is overloaded, just I think using traits. Actually, let me check that. How is Rust's from method overloaded? Like an into trait or something, right? Okay, it's from. Never mind. But yeah, like this, right? Implement from i32 for my type. Right? I don't know. You could reply. But even that is just for from. I have a realization. The constructor actually isn't overloadable. It is only overloadable through type deduction, and that's what the compiler does, but that is it. So the compiler will check, is this implicitly convertible? But that's automatic. So actually this would be the from in this case. Now I don't have from as a trait. I just have it as a thing here, but I suppose I can implement it, right? How might it look? Implement from i32 for my type. In my case, is from 2 arguments. Yeah, so it'd be something like impl from oh, either way I need to define from as a function. Okay, well, whatever. So it'd be like impl from string u64, and it's inside. You know, obviously you want it to be outside ideally, but this is how I'm doing it for now, like that, right? And then I kind of like impl impl like a match or something, and then define is, and it matches on a string. No, it matches on a string u64. If you want the matching to be overloadable as well, which we might as well. Yeah. So something like this, and yeah. So from is a trait, is part of the match trait. Makes sense, right? I mean, syntax aside, this is like the kind of idea. So then I kind of just have this. So I define a sub type of string, and then I give it these impls. And that's how it works. So, how does this work, I hear you ask? Well, match. Yeah, so this works. So the reason I don't need to define 4 different methods is because here, when I call it on the right hand side, it either just inserts the values here, so is value, or it's just a binding, so is our binding, and that's fine. On the left hand side would be the from constructor, kind of. So like this, what the flippity flack? Sorry, let me just space my storage real quick. Yeah, I have storage space. I don't know what's going on, man. Suppose I want to do this, right, and say is Jeff. Now, is not associative, or whatever the word is. It's not bidirectional. It doesn't go both ways automatically. This would be a compile error because there's no implicit constructor for these arguments. Instead, you need to do from, and then it would work. So this is valid, and this is valid. Because binding can only happen on the right side. In fact, both of these are valid. So both this and these are valid. The difference is the from cannot bind because it actually constructs the string, so it cannot bind to anything. But this can bind because it is a binding. So these are the rules. So we have compile error, cannot bind on left of is, or cannot match on left of is. Left of is expects a value. This is fine. This is just value is value. Comparison. This is a value is pattern comparison, and this is a value is value comparison. So impl customer ID. So should it be this with, or should it be the other way around? So it's impl from for. Let's just say for. Pattern matching .hs. I've refined the syntax for pattern matching for defining for Yep. Annoying inconsistency at the end here, but whatever. I mean, it works. Like, essentially, what if Rust added an is keyword? I mean, I guess it's more. I mean, the thing is, like, you don't have to add an is keyword. Like, you can still just have a normal pattern match as well. But you will have to match true and false, or have some, like, Haskell mechanism. Like, if I were to rewrite this with a match statement, Haskell Rust style, define is, well, I guess match in this case. Define a match function, so we do the self. We have a name, string, ID, C4. I just love repeating myself. And literally match self dot split at this with I mean let's just ignore the length comparison for now, just for simplicity's sake. But like this would return an array, right? So it'd be like, I mean I don't know how what the I don't know what the Rust syntax is, but let's just go with Haskell syntax for now. So we have this. We just match name cons ID, and that is true. And that's it. And then just this. Well, not quite. Okay, never mind. It'd be more like... What the hell? It'd be more like... self.split at... boom boom. Let's assume there's equals here instead. Actually, piping doesn't really work here either. Okay, fine. So define string array. Like, without the is keyword, you have to do this. You have to do if string array equals does not equal to, then return false, and then match on string array dot at 0 and string array at 1, and then it'll be a tuple, and that's it. So this is without the is keyword, this is with the is keyword. Like it's, oh, also it'd be this. Right? Like that's it. So like same thing really. Here's, okay, fuck off. Dude, my RAM cannot be like that full. Literally nothing's running on my computer right now. But Discord and, like, I don't know. Like, my tabs are all, well, I mean, a lot of my tabs are off, intentionally. Here's a direct comparison. Here's a comparison with if the language didn't have an is keyword and instead relied on Rust style match. Bit different syntax still, of course. Yusuf did not have a color roll until today. Regulars? What? How'd you get that roll? Why do I have it? Potentially sentient. I can't remember the verification. Whoa! What's Opal? I should make my own channel at this point, shouldn't I? For my language. But like, I don't have a name for it yet. So I'm not gonna do it yet. I also like fuck all implementation. Wow, that was sort of off key, Jesus Christ. Please prove you're not a spam bot. Select the logo for Haskell. I already did this. Yeah. Yeah, I did. That's weird. How does Yusuf not have the potentially sentient role? Maybe he's not sentient. We'll see if someone comments on what I posted in whenever. But, okay. Suppose I'm happy with this now. This changes the blog post a bit. So. None of this really matters anymore. It's incredibly irrelevant, actually. So subtypes aren't the solution per se. So okay, so first of all, will it work with non-subtypes? It will, because yeah, it should do, right? Also, I can call this. I still wonder if I should have forced name parameters. I feel like I should. I know like it looks verbose though. No. But I don't particularly mind. I think it's just something I used to. Yeah. Something I used to. But notice how it doesn't actually matter that this is a subtype. The subtype is more just a convenience for this particular example. Like customer ID from doesn't have to construct a string. Like it could construct an actual customer ID object, and then this would just match against the objects insides or the custom definition. I see a slight issue. I mean, not really. I mean, it's not really an issue. It's more that mean, who am I kidding? You can already match against a string anyway. Yeah, so when you implement match, the match trait, it's actually adding another overload, because you can already, this is already valid. I can already do this. Customer ID, like this. This is also already valid. And that's fine. Like this just constructs a string with customer ID as a type. That's it. And you can bind against that as well. That's totally fine. Yeah. I mean, at that point, though, just do this. But I digress. Furthermore, I am actually missing a case for an invalid one. Your ID appears to be invalid. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I am just a bit sad that it doesn't give, like, it's not true first class pattern matching, but it also kind of is. I mean, yeah, it is. It's just like you do it through types, but like, what else would you do it through, right? Like, I don't understand what else you do it through. I mean, like, I could have a function like that for like any string, but I specifically want, I mean, and I call it like match customer ID. But why do that when you can just do this? That's what I say. I'll drink some water and then finish this blog post. You know what's interesting? What's funny? I've had 2 job interviews in my entire life so far, and I was accepted to both of them, which is pretty cool, I'd say. One was tutoring something, a tutor company. That was online, and I was, well, I mean, to be fair, I was very well prepared for that one, thanks to my mum, because she is literally a teacher and helped me prepare for that. And then the other one was the one today. So, luck for skill, I don't know, bro. I mean, I've also been rejected from other jobs without an interview, but I guess the message that I'm kind of getting at is that once you get through you can ace the interview. Let's say. I don't know. I'm just yapping out my mouth at this point. So, as opposed to what, Kojo? Right. Yeah, so subtyping isn't really relevant to this particular feature. I just happen to be using a subtype in this instance. Yeah. So like, for example, let's say you wanted to have a custom matcher for the enum for option, right? The option, the maybe enum that has some or none, right? I could define one such that it somehow has some custom pattern match somehow. I don't fucking know. Like let's say like yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously you wouldn't for that particular scenario, but I'm just saying it's something you could do if you wanted to. So it can be pretty useful. Cause like I mean, especially like when you want to do destructured bindings on structs, it can be difficult because then like what, like you're gonna be binding over all the public methods. Like maybe I just want to bind one thing, you know. I mean, then you have like default arguments and all that. But like my point is, maybe you want to have like some like custom. I mean, usually it's if you have a custom constructor and then you want to be able to bind that, right? That's the main thing. Like if I have integer, maybe I want to bind a string onto it. Is that a good example? Yeah, like maybe I have a binding for string, right? For some reason. I mean, that's probably a bad idea anyway, but like there's got to be some scenario where it isn't a subtype and it is still like useful. Let me just think for a second. You know what? I don't know and I don't care, but point is, it's there, it is a feature, and you can abuse it, but that's kind of at your discretion. Mind you. No, don't mind you. Fuck you. Right, so let's do this. So yeah, so that whole section is just gone, which is quite nice actually. Here's how it's here's how you'd define it. Yeah, so now I want to have this code, not this one, just this code. What's annoying is that to have syntax highlighting, I need to call it a language that it isn't, which is not ideal. Like Haskell just works surprisingly well. Holy indentation, why is it so big? Actually, that's probably my fault. I think I did that on purpose. But I mean, that's fine. My language uses tabs anyway. Now, before you say holy nesting, you don't have to use 8 spaces, okay? But yes, the nesting is quite deep on this one. I mean, it would be though, because like you're implementing and then you're defining a function, then you're having this. I mean, this indentation is optional. In that you're using piping. You don't have to use piping, but you know it's nice too. So it ain't that bad, okay? It's just 4 layers deep. Does this work? No. Actually, are there markdown boxes? Probably not. Note the following is in Haskell. I just borrow its syntax, highlighting. Okay, small maybe? Yeah. I put it on this even. First off, this language is in its very early stages of design, and so a lot of the syntax is subject to change. Those familiar, those who have used Rust before, though, should be familiar with the impl with the impl definition, where we implement the from and match traits for our customer ID subtype. A subtype is essentially a subtype differs from a type in that it does not wrap the underlying data. Yeah. Instead, the data can be accessed directly, and all of its properties and functions are still available to access. i.e., foo equals customer ID foo. i.e. Foo is customer ID foo. The from trait works very much like it does in Rust, where it allows you to call customer ID from on data that isn't implicitly convertible to a string. Yeah, to a string. The match trait, however, is new, is not in Rust. is specific to this language. Well, sorry, is new in this language. Is new to this language? Is new to this language. However, is something new. Something new. It allows you to overload the is operator for a particular type and type parameters. Yeah, and type parameters. Not really. And type and parameters. In practice, it looks like this. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sold on the indentation for a lot of these, but whatever. It's fine. Maybe I just shouldn't use fucking 8 width indentation. But this isn't 8. Mind you, Scala uses spaces. Yeah. My tab size is just ridiculously big. Let me see if I can change it real quick. Code. Lang. Margin, padding. Shouldn't do anything. Yeah, no. Font. Just fonts, like literally. Syntax. Syntax. No sign of indentation. Index. Home. As a home page. Godbolt. Okay. No. Why is my indentation size so big? I guess I'll just check HTML actually. Inspect it. I mean, here's a line. What's CL? Is CL the indentation? So this one should have 2 CLs, right? Is it just my computer? Why is my tab so big? What's the CSS for tab size? It's literally just tab size. But there's no mention of it. Yep, okay, I have no idea. I don't know if that's the same on other browsers, but I guess I'm stuck with massive indentation for now. Again, I don't know why. Could it be the markdown, maybe? The markdown, it's pretty reasonable. Like, if I put a tab here, well, I think that creates another issue, yeah, because it put code block. For some reason, I don't know why Markdown does that. It doesn't need to. Even like lists. Nope. Yeah, I don't know why. So I don't know why they didn't. Doesn't matter, right? So in practice, it is used like this. I want to remove them for now, just for readability's sake. I've removed the named arguments for the sake, usually these would use named arguments, but I've excluded them for the sake of this example, lest it confuse people. Lest it be too confusing. Lest it be confusing to some. I probably have a template design for this, defined for this. Template for mind. Layout. Shortcode, that's right. Shortcode. I don't, never mind. Should this be italic as well? I think so. I should just define a fucking aside thing. So let me do that. Shortcode. Yeah. So take that. Note. class note. So it'd be whatever that is. What is that actually? Block quote. Okay, so I'll do a block quote. With small I. Dot get 0. Might work, might not, I don't know. Let's see. Note. It might restrict what I'm able to format though. Or not. So like, can I put like this in bold? Will it parse it? Nope. Yeah, that's the annoying thing. It doesn't parse it. And I don't know how to make it parse it. Is a scratch set? Markdownify. Okay, so Markdownify. Yeah, it works. Nice. Learn from example. Right, so search for small. Replace that with this. I guess that's redundant. I just realized something. Customer ID still needs to impose rules when it constructs. Hold on. So like, you know that requires thing I had before? I actually wouldn't get rid of it. I would still use it. Otherwise, any string can be a customer ID, but that's not what I want. There need to be restrictions. So it would require that self is and then like basically this stuff here. I mean this stuff here. Well, not really actually. I guess it'd be different. Yeah, it just can't be implicit. That's the thing. I mean, it could be. Well, no, because there should be an implicit thing. Yeah, so it would require that self is well, it would require that it's a string basically. So it would require that it is a string followed by a dash followed by a string that is a valid integer. So it'd look like this. Require this. Require that at 0 is anything. Actually, doesn't matter. Yeah, require that length is 2, and then this is not an error. It's a bit funky having this. Like, just require... Like, this isn't a boolean. Like, something like that. Oops. Yeah, I think this is fine. Obviously, the thing is, my okay is implicit, so I can't just do this. I mean, I could, actually, in theory. But really, it's like kind of built into the language. So, I need some way to express this function does not error. I mean, there's this. Just is anything. Let's go that for now. So, yeah, so then this is for construction specifically of the type. Yeah. Yeah, I'll just kind of neglect to mention it in this blog post, I think. It is also possible to impose restrictions on what can be constructed on the inputs, on the input values, but that's a topic for a different article. Yeah, anyway. Oh, I use myself here. What? I need to get used to using registers in Vim. Like this would be boom, 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 and then okay. I mean, I'm covering my fucking keybinds, but whatever. Boom, boom, boom. And that's it. The is operator helps to keep things very simple. You might be wondering though, how exactly does the compiler know what values to bind to from the is overload? To help answer that question, first have a look at this comparison with if the language did not have an is operator and instead had to rely on a classic match statement. Next question. Pascal. And this is it. I can even do this, can't I? Sorry, is the sun gone? Yeah, that's fine. I want some fresh air. I'll be gone from this place soon. This is essentially what Haskell does with its first class patterns. They're not called first class patterns though, are they? Like, I don't want to misuse the terminology too badly. Pattern synonyms. With its okay, so with its pattern synonyms. The is operator. This is close to what the synonyms, except I require that the is/match function always returns a bool. Which Haskell technically does, but with some mildly confusing syntactic sugar. I mean, Haskell also enforces it, which I guess is also quite useful, right? I might be being disingenuous, I'm not sure. Anyway, I guess I have to test something first. If I take this code and instead of just name, I just do just like H. Do I get a compile error? Not in scope. I see. Yeah, so it is in syntactic sugar. What? Okay, leave. So yeah. I mean, not really. Okay, never mind. Arguably, Haskell's method is nah. Okay. The compiler should be able to deduce what both name and ID bind to based on what they are compared to via is. What they are pattern matched against. To make it even more explicit, to make it even clearer, to write it in a way to define is, what am I kidding? Yeah, so just be like this. Is ID. Then also have the compiler error if any of the arguments are not pattern matched against at all. There's something else that I said and didn't write down for some reason. Ow. Spider. I'm sorry, spider. I don't condone animal cruelty, but I'm also a pussy. And I don't really want a spider infestation either. I guess it was the same post from last time, right? Here it is. I think it's here. No. It was here. Yep, so that was fine. Double bind. For use binds, first use binds, second use silently becomes an equality test. Yeah, I don't like that. Both branches bind name, so this is fine. The checker needs to verify every path binds. Yep. Unbound var used before any bind. However, the compiler also needs to enforce that each argument is used, well, each argument that could bind is used exactly once and only in an is expression. Any other case would either cause other issues or just not be very useful anyway. I do admit I do admit that having these implicit compiler restrictions, compiler restrictions, isn't how I would love isn't ideal, and I will continue to look for possible alternatives that may feel more intuitive to programmer, more intuitive, but at the very least it wouldn't be hard for the programmer to learn, given the compiler should give descriptive error messages. Should give useful error messages. What Haskell does with its F to X syntax is quite robust. Well, is it though? Okay, another thing I need to test actually for this. Run it. What happens if I use name? Like if name equals k, then nothing else, right? Variable not in scope. Oh, cause you need the string, don't you? Hey, that's actually quite good. Hold on, am I even looking at my code correctly? Yeah, none of these return the things anymore. Yeah, I mean Haskell does it quite well, doesn't it? Because like you literally cannot, like this restricts you from doing anything too funky. I assume name just isn't in scope there. Is quite robust, since it restricts you from misusing the arguments, the binding arguments quite well. You just like wrap your head around this syntax. I mean, this here is essentially a patch and match, right? Like it gets this function, it takes this result and matches it against this result. To which point I guess I might as well be like an equals. But like it's currying it, so like it's currying, like it's so confusing. Like this string, like the results of this gets passed into this as the argument, and then these are used here, and that's it. The syntax is just very confusing. It's just confusing. in my opinion. Is very verbose. Maybe a function won't do it then, because I've tried it with type, I've tried it with function. Maybe I need a pattern keyword. So first question, what is the input and what is the output for a pattern match? Right. I mean, the output's fucking out. The output's a Boolean. Anyway, but like, I mean, like, think about it, right? The pattern match, when you pass it literals or like values, it takes in the values as inputs and it matches it against the other input, which is on the left side of the is expression, right? It's like if you have addition, like it's two different arguments, but they're both being combined, whatever. But because you can also bind in pattern matching, it's then you also have an output. So like the inputs can become the outputs, and I'm like it's just like, how do you represent that in syntactically, you know, where the inputs can become the outputs. That I do not know. I think writing it like I did before, where it was like the left side is the right side. Writing it in that style definitely makes it easier. The left side is always a value, but the right side is a pattern, right? So to define such a thing, yeah, this could work. Have a pattern input is, well, a pattern value, no, pattern input is the matching thing, and the contents of that function oh, not function, of the pattern, sorry, would require you to write an expression in the style of x is y. and the things after is a return, and the things before is the value. Input. Unfortunately, it's not that simple, is it? Because you can't just do that. Also, it looks like that look really weird to write, and then it's not any different really, because then the compiler's still forcing you to just type is, so you get the same thing as I have now, just well, nothing really. Like it would need to be a very special syntax. I mean, Haskell almost even cheats because of how it's like type what do you call it, type signatures work. Like if you look at Haskell, like this is bullshit. Like it says it takes a string and like returns a string, like that is bullshit. But like because it has it there, like I mean like it works, but like I'm just saying like that isn't at all what the return type actually like should look like, because like it's not a string to a string. It's not. It's a string to a string to a pattern almost. But like the reason, I mean, I'm also like not even, but like the reason it works here is because these are in their own line, right? So like you don't have to put them here. Otherwise, you'd have like name of type string, and then like this would take an implicit string as well as an input. But like where do you put that? Like it's unnamed. Like the input is unnamed. And it can be because Haskell just cheats. So yeah. This is partially due. This is largely how to Haskell, quite frankly, cheats. By cheats in its type signature. Right, so if I have Haskell, which is this. This pattern's type is written as string to string, but that is not accurate, considering it does not take a string and then return a string. You would struggle to make, yeah, Haskell having its type signature separate from, separate from its definition. The definitions means it doesn't have to necessarily worry about. Means it can get away with this. Whereas you would struggle to make the type annotations in line. So we'd have a pattern, customer ID, name of type string, and then like unapply customer ID to just name. be like equals. You can use equals here, right? Yeah. Let's put this on a different line. This is already dodgy. And what exactly would its return type even be? A boolean? Because that would just get us to where I am. Where I'm currently. Conclusion. Either way, I think this is quite promising. Either way, I think this is quite promising. And I look forward to experimenting. Well, I look forward to. Regardless, I think this is very interesting, to put it lightly. Very interesting. And I hope I or someone else can think of an elegant solution in the not so distant future. This was my first this has been my first post, my first blog post on this new language I'm designing, and I look forward to sharing more of it in the coming months. In the coming months. Okay, sharing more of it. I've been my dissatisfaction with other languages, with existing programming languages, has pushed me to a point where I want to focus solely on developing this language until it is usable, until I have a compiler for it, until I have it implemented so that I can use it. Whether or not it will finally satisfy me, my needs, remains to be seen. But I am optimistic. Yep, that's pretty good. So we'll have a read through it. Table contents are funny there. So I was reading through the Torah Scala as I was interested in its fusion of functional programming and Java-style object-oriented programming when I was introduced to the concept of extractor objects. Fuck, okay, that reads horribly, doesn't it? Good start. When I came across the concept, yeah, okay, how about that? So I was reading through the Torah Scala, interested in its fusion of functional programming and Java-style object-oriented programming. Doesn't make sense. In Scalas, how about we implement a new human language? I was reading through the Torah Scala, interested in Scala's fusion of functional programming and Java-style object-oriented programming, when I came across the concept of extractor objects. Essentially, an object in Scala is a singleton class a Scala object is a singleton class, and they come with two. Is a singleton class, and it comes. Essentially, a Scala object is a singleton class, and it comes with two methods you can define that are useful in pattern matching. That weirdly enough, can be used for pattern matching, for custom pattern matching. This can be, this caught me, okay, that's already, okay, I don't know how, for some reason, I never, like, I very rarely make, like, actual genuine typos. For some reason, like, like consistent typos. For some reason, I keep writing B instead of me, and it infuriates me. This caught B my, like, what? Like, it's like there's something in my brain specifically for the B and M that I keep mixing them up, and I don't understand how it keeps happening. Like, B and M are even next to each other. Like, they're literally separated by the N key, and for some reason I keep managing to press B instead of M, and like sometimes M instead of B. I don't understand how it happens, but it just does, and like I can't explain it. I cannot explain it. It is infuriating. This caught me by a major surprise, as I was not aware any language yet had a way to support first-class pattern matching to any extent. I then learned that it also oh, for fuck's sake, I can't. I was even more surprised to learn that that something similar I was even more surprised to learn that something similar is also supported in Haskell. Whoa. I do like the Haskell approach much more than Scala, since it makes the pattern in first-class pattern more obvious. that's just weird. Since it makes the pattern more obvious via the pattern keyword and specific blah 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 syntax. But it still isn't quite satisfactory. The is operator. Suppose Haskell had an operator that can patch and match on a value as a boolean. Suppose Haskell has an operator that could. Okay, I don't know why I ignore that, because I literally read that and was aware of it. That could patch and match on a value. Yeah. Suppose Haskell has an operator that could patch and match on a value as a boolean expression. Right? I actually should read this as well just to double check. Okay. Right now, the customer ID pattern is checked like unapply customer ID, just name. But if the function, bro, I mean, I know I'm tired, but like these are ridiculous mistakes right here. Shocking. But right now the customer ID pattern is checked like this. But if the function before the arrow always returns a boolean, if the function before the arrow were to always return a boolean anyway, then we could simplify the syntax. Sorry. So right now the customer ID pattern is checked like this, but if the function before the arrow were to always return a boolean anyway, then we can simplify this syntax. And the compiler would know what to bind name to, as it can check where pattern matching occur. Bro, I'm gonna cry. And the compiler would know what to bind name to, as it could check where pattern matching occurs within its customer ID, which in this case, how do I type if as well? Am I okay? Am I actually okay? This is literally the worst I've ever made any kind of mistake while doing anything. I don't understand. I'm shocked. I'm actually shocked. And like it's only been like less than a month since like I last wrote the blog post. Let alone like, you know, like I write things every day. You know, like I type things every day, you know, like on Discord and whatnot. Like I don't understand how I'm making these egregious errors. Okay. And the compiler would know what to bind name to, as it could check where pattern matching occurs within its customer ID, which in this case is via the is operator. Well, I've been designing a language that happens to already have such an is operator. Sure. And so I was able to come across this solution naturally. Here's how you define it. The following is in Haskell. I just borrow Haskell's in highlighting. First off, this language is at its very early stages of design, and so a lot of the syntax is subject to change. Those who have used us before, though, should be familiar with the impl definition, where we implement the from and match traits for our customer ID subtype. Much better. A subtype differs from a type in that it does not wrap the underlying data. Instead, the data can be accessed directly, and all of its properties and functions are still available to access, i.e., foo whatever is customer whatever. It is also possible to impose restrictions on the input values, but that's a topic for a different article. The from trait works very much like it does in Rust, where it allows you to call customer ID from on data that isn't implicitly convertible to a string. The match trait, however, is something new. It allows you to overload the is operator for a particular type and set up parameters. Okay, so like clearly I just fucking woke up at this part of writing, because suddenly things make a lot more sense. In practice, it is used like this. Usually these would use named arguments, but I've excluded them for the sake of this example, lest it be confusing to some. Not particularly complicated, really. There are some rules to keep in mind, though. Right, so left side has to be a value, so this doesn't work. This is fine, though. This is also fine. This is also fine, right? And that's it. The is operator helps to keep things very simple. You might be wondering, though, how exactly does a compiler know what values to bind to from the is overload? To help answer that question, first have a look at this comparison with if the language did not have an is operator and instead had to rely on a classic match expression. The compiler should be able to deduce what both name and ID bind to based on what they pattern matched against. To write it in a way that is even clearer, However, the compiler also needs to enforce that each argument that could bind is used exactly once and only in an is expression. Any other case would either cause other issues or just not be very useful anyway. I do admit that having these implicit compiler restrictions isn't ideal, and I will continue to look for possible alternatives that may feel more intuitive. But at the very least, it wouldn't be hard for the programmer to learn, given the compiler should give useful error messages. What Haskell does with its F2X syntax is very robust, since it restricts you from misusing the binding arguments. The syntax is just quite confusing in my opinion. This is largely how Haskell quite frankly cheats in his type signature. Okay, now it's getting derailed again. Cheats via its type signature rules. Via its type signature grammar. This pattern's type is written as string to string, but that is not accurate considering it does not take a string and then return a string. Haskell having its type signature separate from its definitions means it can get away with this, whereas you would struggle to make that type of intentions in line. This is already dodgy, and what exactly would its return type even be? A boolean? Because that would just get us to where I am currently. Regardless, I think this is very interesting, to put it lightly, and I hope I or someone else can think of an elegant solution in the not-so-distant future. This has been my first blog post on this new language I'm designing, and I look forward to sharing more of it. My dissatisfaction with the existing programming languages has pushed me to a point where I want to focus solely on developing this language until it's implemented so that I can use it. Whether or not it will finally satisfy my needs remains to be seen, but I am optimistic. Okay, good. Good. I think it's ready. So let's get an image. Also, this title is completely wrong now. First class pattern matching. Yeah, I'll just call it this. First class pattern matching. Finished 21. No, time now UTC. I'm an hour ahead, so 20. I mean, the fucking time slot doesn't matter that much anyway. 08. Draft true for now. Let me just get an image here. So this is the syntax. These are wrong. Hold on. Let me fix that. I should use these brackets. Yeah, it should be good. And this will be the cover. Okay. I'll just drag it in. So what do I even? Oh yeah, I use a GitHub image. That's different. So projects, blog, public, posts. No, that's nothing. Content, posts. New folder. First class pattern matching. Drag that in there. Move here. Should be index. And then I drag the image in. So control. Can I have tabs with this? No, but it does duplicate. That's kind of nice. Pictures, screenshots. Move here. Thumb.png. Go back here. Find this post. Index. Just that, okay. So this. Yeah. So now that there should be an image, right? God, the quality is absolutely ass though, but whatever. Let me get like a better screenshot. Okay, that should be fixed now. Yeah, that's better. I don't know what this thing around it is though, but yeah, it's fine. Maybe. Oculante. Close this. Close this. Kojo, projects, blog, content, posts. This one. Yeah, I don't know where these came from. These borders. Let's just crop those out. Left. Oh. I can't really see it. For some reason, it's only the left and right then? Okay. I mean left and top. It's a bit uneven. I'll do. Right, overwrite. Yes. Close, go back. Nicer. Okay. So it's ready. Yep, so I'll go ahead and post it now. Draft false. And then I guess I push this to GitHub, right? So git add all, git commit, write, write post on first class pattern matching and push. Right, so that should update the actual blog in a few minutes. It's only a 6-minute read, which is nice. Definitely shorter than my other posts. Actually, I mean, I only have like 2 other ones, so what can I really talk about? But oh Nim. Oh Nim. But I had a lot to say on this language, didn't I? I want to do something about my Discord server, because like I do want to have like discussions happening there, but like alas, it's dead. And I don't have enough traffic on my YouTube channel to get people to join and talk. And plus, like I don't really like really talk in YouTube Discord servers anyway. Like you just join the server for the topic, right? That's kind of what you would do instead, and that's also fine. Yeah. It's fine. Close this. Close this. Close this. Close this. Let's check my website. It's there. So I'll go ahead and announce it in the Discord server. Should we make like a blog channel? Blog posts. Blog ping. New blog post. What emoji should I use? I guess like a writing thing, like a pencil emoji. I want to write blog posts more often, so I figured they deserve a dedicated. I was considering making it a forum channel instead. Seven hours indeed. See if my... Yeah, now it works. Alright. Yeah, that's it then, isn't it? I'll post it on LinkedIn. But... Yeah. Yeah, I'll post it on LinkedIn, why not? Uni, job, LinkedIn... I gotta change this fucking picture, dude. Yeah, just a better picture. I mean, it's so hard to take good selfies. And I'd like to get something else here. Maybe with my robocode thingy job thing, if I can get a picture of me like doing my task, my role, and put it here, that look very cool. In fact, for my profile picture, I want something where like it's me like speaking at like a conference or something. That'd be the most aura. But anywho, yeah, my C++ post actually did numbers, like 13,000 impressions and like comments from like a bunch of people I don't know. But that was really cool. These ones less so, but they're more niche anyway. This one was like more of a fun post. Not that this one's gonna be any less niche, but whatever. Just getting it out there. Create a post. Dissatisfied with existing programming languages. I decided to focus up on, what's that thing? Focus up. Yeah, focus up on designing and later implementing my very own programming language. Will it even meet my needs? I can only hope. Below is the first of, hopefully, of what I expect to be many blog posts on the development of this language. Starting with first class pattern matching, kinda. Inspired by Scala and Haskell. I'll do post. Alright, I want the image to be big, so I will copy it and paste it. Yes, you can use my clipboard. Screw you, I guess. Projects. There's so many workflow things I need to optimize. It's actually really annoying. Next. Yep. But a cheeky star emoji there. Post. View post. Ooh, can I edit this? I can, thank God. Do not terminate any premium. Okay. Read all about it. There we go. I'm just a boy in a man's world. Alright. Right, I'm gonna go treat myself to something nice, because I have a job now. Let's go. And so, yeah, I mean, so that's done. And, like, even if this doesn't work out, the pattern matching thing, it's, like, not even a major feature of the language anyway. Like, it's really inconsequential. It's kind of just like a, ooh, it'd be nice if the language supported this. So the main thing next will be continuing with my spec. Wrong monitor. My spec, right? So I think the next thing I'm going to focus on is the error system. Yes, that is the next big thing, because that will determine how I design pretty much everything in the language. And I think it's very interesting. So I'll probably eat dinner, and I mean I've nothing to do now until I go to Spain. Well, actually until I move out of my accommodation. So I can't believe it's 9:30. Like fucking like it's not. It is not 9:30. Like look outside. Look outside. That is not 9:30. That is not 9:30 p.m. Like it's like 6 p.m. But no, it's not. It's 9:30 p.m. So I'm gonna go to a little before it closes. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited. Now I don't know what the bare minimum I need to design is before this language is functional, as in like implementable. Definitely the error system, the type system is also very important. That needs to be pretty much fleshed out. So I also need to figure out how I want to define types. That'll be quite difficult. But yeah, from then on it should be okay. I really do. Yeah, the proof system will be interesting. The proof system will be very interesting. So we'll see how that goes. I'll probably start with like a prototype where I make a sort of calculator. I mean, not calculator, but like I like kind of built off my existing calculator thing that I already had going on. But this time in Rust. I'll probably code it in Rust, by the way, which I might end up regretting. Actually, no. Before I do that, let me ask Claude. I'm wondering what the best language to implement my programming language in is. Rust, by default choice, strong AT type matching, great for ASTs, no cheesy pauses, excellent tooling, and the ecosystem for compilers is registering fast. Okay. Okay, Haskell for prototyping language design. So maybe I should prototype in Haskell or OCaml. I think what I'll do is I will prototype it in, let's say, Haskell. I'm thinking Haskell. Because I use OCaml, and although I did like it more than Haskell overall, like typing, like programming in it, I think, unless I'm misremembering, Haskell is just easier to set up. OCaml is kind of a pain in the ass to like set up because of like its whole system. So I think I'll do Haskell and see if I can get that working. So I'll make a prototype in Haskell, and then that would be cool, you know, like a little achievement under my belt, and then I'll go on to do the full language in Rust. C++, unfortunately, just isn't great. Pattern matching is on its way, but it's not really that close, so I don't do that. Zig is also just not a language I want to use. So yeah, Rust is the best option, I think, so far. So I'll do a prototype in Haskell, and then I will use Rust for the full language. How soon will I be able to do that? Well, to get a prototype working, let me just think. To get a prototype working, I need the error system. I don't need a type system yet. I can do everything with integers, but I do need like a void so I can do like printing, like have like a print function. So I'll do that. So I guess that I need strings, right? Of some sort. Yeah. Holy voice crack. I mean, I can do. I'm trying to think, because like once you get onto the type system, things get obviously a lot more complicated, like a lot more complicated. So I'll probably just have, again, like just like floats, and let's say a special echo print keyword that terminates execution and just prints, and that's it. Otherwise, it will just return the expressions evaluation, right? So that shouldn't be too difficult. And that's it. No variables yet, probably. But like, the thing is, I need statements. Maybe with variables too. But again, like, they're just bindings for the values because I only have floats. So I will basically implement my language with like almost no, like essentially no type system, like just floats, and that's pretty much it. and that should make things a lot simpler. So like no user-defined types, it's literally just floats that you can bind, and then I have my error handling system, and we'll see how that goes. Also, the is key operator. And the thing is, like, there's nothing for it to do other than just check equality, because like there's no destructured bindings if I have no structures anyway. And there's no functions either, right? Yes, like it'd be very primitive. It'd be very primitive. In fact, should I implement it in Rust? Maybe I should implement it in Rust instead of Haskell. Yeah, maybe I should do it in Rust then first. It's like either way, I want to get a prototype, because like I wasn't able to get my locks thing to work. I mean, I haven't like even tried to get it to work, but like my point is I've given up on that. And when I was doing it, I went into an issue and I haven't fixed it yet. So I'd like to have something working in Rust, but I'll think about it. But yeah, those are the next steps. I'll make a blog post about the error handling system as well. Is there anything else worth blogging about? So far, probably not. Maybe like the syntax, and like how functions are assignable as opposed to a special thing. But I'll figure that out as I go along. So yeah, subscribe to see more progress on this thing. This is, I mean, I say this a lot, but this is the most fun I've had in a while, so I'm very happy.